Very good morning. Welcome back to us as well. It's been a long time. It feels like we haven't been here in ages. Ted Coningsby channel back at Ted HQ. Welcome to the show and a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome to Ted's home, RAF Coningsby, home of the Typhoons and the BBMF as well. And it feels really good to be back. Welcome, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, to RAF Coningsby, home of the Typhoons. You can hear the wonderful Eurojet EJ200 engines just spooling and starting up. RAF Coningsby is home to 5 Typhoon squadrons. Thanks, Chris, for the update there. Hope we're all good. All systems running. All is good. So our 5 squadrons, of course, RAF Coningsby is also home to schooling of junior Typhoon pilots of 29 Squadron. They're the operational conversion unit. If you want your career with the Typhoon, once you've passed your advanced flying training at Valley, you come here. If you are tuned to the Typhoon frontline career, you will come here. 29 Squadron, the operational conversion unit, are made up of qualified flying instructors that teach, train all the new recruits onto the Typhoon. This also includes the 11 Squadron of the Qatari Emiri Air Force, who have also passed their flying train, their fast jet training at RAF Leeming on the Hawk Mark 167. They will still come to 29 Squadron, who will then go on to number 12 Squadron, which is the joint Qatari Emiri Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron, and who are have been based here since 2020. That's number 12. There are 2 frontline combat ready squadrons, number 3 fighter and number 11 fighter squadrons. And last but not least, we've got a test and evaluation squadron. That's pretty much everyone's dream, really, to test and evaluate all the latest and greatest software, equipment, ordnance, munitions, all that kind of thing, all the armament, with 41 test and evaluation XL1 squadron. They do use Roman numerals as well on their I think we've got 2 squadrons that use the Roman numerals here, XL1 41 and X X1 11 Fighter Squadron, RIAT. There's no significance for using the Roman numerals, by the way. It's just a tradition from what I could find. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, ladies and teddy bears. Also on the Royal Air Force inventory, we've got the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. They have a selection of Spitfires, 2 Hurricanes, PA-474 Avro Lancaster, the Dakota, and 2 Chipmunks. Now those that fly are Royal Air Force, as they are part of the Royal Air Force inventory. So it's not civilians that fly the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight aircraft, although those that fly the Spitfire and Hurricane would have a background of being a fighter pilot, and those that fly the Lancaster, for example, would have had experiences on the likes of the A400, so the heavies. You don't really get a fighter pilot flying the 4-engine bomber. Lots of fun facts that I found during my time at RIAT on the Saturday. I went round networking, meeting all of you, which was amazing. Really, really amazing to meet all of you. Having lots of photos, the meetup. Big shout out to all the, I think it was around 30 members who met us in one location for a little meetup. Thank you to all those that attended, especially the Point Charlie crew with the t-shirt, and thanks to everyone who signed it. There are 2 Typhoon stations in Britain. Of course, one here and one at RAF Lossiemouth with their various squadrons, such as number 1 Fighter, number 2 AC Squadron, number 6 Squadron, and number 9 the Greenbacks. I think that's all of them. So welcome to the show, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Always learning, always passing on the information to all of you. It's a fun military aviation channel, and welcome. And I hope you all enjoyed RIAT. And yes, you won't be wrong, at 6 o'clock or 1800 local, we will be putting our premiere on to vote for your favourite display at RIAT. We will be asking for donations to the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund. It's not compulsory, but there is a link to vote and to fundraise as well at the same time. So enjoy. But next year we may just link it so that to vote you donate. Okay, it won't be very much. I think it'll be a nice way to do it. Big shout out to number 17 Coningsby Air Cadets. Squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. Now he's just come back from a flight in a Chinook. So he flew on Sunday at RIAT in the roll demo. So a big thank you to number 7 Squadron. Ted, you may have seen the photos of Ted on the quad bike. Yep, he was on the quad bike, and I believe he was sat in the front cockpit from the photos that we've seen. So nice one, Teddy, and nice shout out to number 7. Also a big shout out to the Army Air Corps with their lovely story of me getting excited about their departure, which, you know me, and it was nice to, you know, at the end of the day, I know we're a Royal Air Force military aviation channel, but we are very proud of our armed forces of all sectors. So a big shout out to all our armed forces, whether you're land, sea or air. We love you, and we are totally proud of what you do to serve our country. So a big shout out to all our armed forces, the MOD and our armed forces wherever they are, Army, Royal Navy, Royal Marines, Royal Air Force. all roles from ground to the air to the sea. You know, this is very historical. That's why we're proud. That's why we love it. You know, the history that we talk about, do you know that the pilots and the ground crew, I'm just sort of focusing on those two sides of things because it's the same attribute, it's the same process as their fellow brave Air Force from World War II. That same process. You know, ready to scramble. Ready to scramble. And the reason why I say World War II, because of the Royal Air Force was founded in 1918. So you could say going all the way back to World War I, but that same historic bravery is still today. And here's the Chipmunk, by the way. Chipmunk's made a little appearance. Typhoon there, taxiing out as well for departure. We do have a Typhoon that's taxied out as well for departure. Ted Coningsby channel, you know how we do things. We have made contact to let the security side of things know that we're here and what we do. Big shout out to them, big shout out to the RAF police. Again, another career path that you can take on. There are new signs put up as well for aviation enthusiasts. There'll be more going up, so do take note. It's pretty much what we say as well, but it's nice to see them as well. That is, please don't climb the fence, please don't touch the fence, damage it, cut it. Please be mindful of the road, please don't block crash gates. Okay, they are clearly marked for emergency. You do not park your car under no circumstances. And the other good thing I've seen is to warn to not stand at the red and white fence. It is very extremely dangerous for your well-being, and it can also halt, cancel flights as well for you being there. So the red and white fence is on this side for 07. Do not stand there under no circumstances. It's nice to see Facebook groups who are deleting any photos with any photos that were clearly at the red and white fence. That, I think that's a great thing that they do. So fair play to those Facebook groups that do that. Big shout out to John Smith at RAF Coningsby Spotters Group, who does promote and post our links to the stream for those that can't be here. We are in the official Spotters car park as well, so if the car park does get full, and again under no circumstances you park on the road here on the verge, just park it in town. There are a few lay-bys dotted about. Car park in the town is very reasonable. It's only a few pounds for all day, which is great. And there are toilets there. There are no toilets provided, and for some reason there's no burger van today. So Steve, I hope you're all right, mate. Runway 25 in use. And of course, your pre-flight checklist. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up, hit the like button, give the subscribe button a low approach in case you haven't subscribed, and do pair that up with the notification bell button as well, so you don't miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos. Really hazy day out there. The Chipmunk used as a trainer for the BBMF pilots, those that will go on to the Hurricane and then the Spitfire. What a start to the morning. That's what I'm talking about. Look at this. That is thrust to weight ratio at its finest, ladies, gents, teddy bears. The Typhoon weighs very little. There's just around about 15, that's 15% of metal. I know. It's predominantly made out of carbon composite, those lovely lightweight plastic fibers. It's got a mixture of titanium alloys, aluminium alloys at its finest. PT, oh yeah, you know it is. Absolutely. And the aircraft weighs very little, at 24,000 pounds empty. Okay, you can't fly without any fuel in it, but this is where the ferociousness of those Eurojet EJ200 engines come into effect. They produce 20,000 pounds of thrust each with reheats. That's afterburner, just another way of saying it. It's a fantastic engine, compresses air at 26 to 1, a very, very low bypass at 0.4 to 1. Magnificent, powerful engine, twin spool, 8-stage compressor system, producing super cruise, so you don't need afterburner or reheat to go supersonic. But when you start adding fuel, it's all about doing the maths and the physics. You divide the thrust, so 40,000 pounds of thrust, divide it by the weight, so add some fuel. Now what you want is a 1-1 or higher than 1, which would be great. Thrust versus the weight. Let's put that into perspective. What just happened there? From brakes release, while that Typhoon lined up and waited, it released the brakes. 8 seconds later, This depends on the pilot, but it was around 185 miles per hour. Not even reaching the arrestor gear, the arrestor cable, or the gear, arrestor gear. It was able to pull up 50, 60, or into a clean vertical climb. Good thing about the Typhoon and its thrust to weight ratio is that it can actually accelerate vertically into the, you know, from climbing. That's hard. Not many aircraft can do that. Some aircraft, if their thrust to weight ratio isn't like the Typhoon, it will need to go reach speeds of about 385, 400 miles per hour before it can do that. So, 22 seconds later, it is capable of going supersonic. However, you know how it is with restrictions. So in 30 seconds, the Typhoon, from brakes release, can go supersonic. You know how it is. Right, here comes our Chipmunk, looking ready for departure. There are 2 de Havilland Chipmunks used for training by the BBMF. Really, really hazy weather, isn't it? Look at this. Nice one, Coningsby. Just like RAF Lossiemouth, Coningsby is a QRA station. That's quick reaction alert. All the ground crew and pilots ready to scramble when there's a threat to our UK airspace. From the air and the sea as well, they can be scrambled to eliminate, sorry, wrong word, intercept ships that are causing a threat. As well as aircraft, both military and civilian. The Havilland Chipmunk lady sheds teddy bears of the BBMF, who's, oh look at this, they've been here since 1976 at Coningsby. I've just seen that I was just watching a video about the Spitfire yesterday, and one of the interesting things is that the de Havilland Chipmunk does not have retractable gear. And one of the things I came across, that there were various accidents, shall we say, many incidents, because the Spitfire, of course, has retractable gear, and Hurricanes had retractable gear. And when training on aircraft that didn't have retractable gear, then going on to the Hurricane or the Spitfire, there were many accidents because pilots forgot they forgot because they were used to aircraft that didn't have retractable gear, and forgot to actually have the gear down on landing. So it's very interesting to see the de Havilland Chipmunk. So, you know, we're going to have Typhoon pilots, for example, going onto the aircraft that's back to having non-retractable gear, then to going on to a Spitfire. So it's very, very interesting how that works. You know, there were many sort of planes, training aircraft during World War II that had non-retractable gear. And when going on to, you know, this goes for US Army Air Corps as well during World War II, going on to the P-40 and then the P-47, which have, of course, retractable gear. You can see where this is going. So it's very interesting that the Chipmunk doesn't have retractable gear, and then going on to back onto the Spitfire and Hurricane. But they do confirm that the gear is down regardless. Wow. Good shot, wasn't it? Okay, so Typhoon's on the move, taxiing out for departure. After this, after lots of Chipmunk flying hours, the next step is to fly the T6 Harvard. which I believe it's from the Rolls-Royce Heritage. Typhoons that have just taxied out now. There are plenty more, so we haven't missed. The action has been one performance takeoff already, our first departure. Concept of a new multi-role fighter dates back to the late 70s for the Typhoon. When the prototypes started to fly of each nation from 1994. Typhoon made in 4 different countries. Left wing Italy, for example, the right wing Airbus Spain. The middle section of the fuselage made in Germany. The front section and the cockpit area, Britain. And there are parts at the rear made from Leonardo, BAE systems, so both Britain and Italy. Rolls-Royce, EJ, the Eurojet company. There are over 30 kilometers of cable in that center part of the fuselage, the main fuselage. The wings, I mean, if you thought your cables were bad at the back of your TV, try having 30 kilometers worth of it. But they're not your usual cables, they're a little bit different. They're to cope with different pressures, temperatures and G's. Each wing is held on by these 6 bolts each. Just get a little bit of that Chipmunk there, look. 6 bolts each. About 9 inches of it. They're quite thick, as you'd imagine, to keep the wings bolted on. For example, at Manching in Germany, when they put the Eurofighter together, it's got different coloured, sort of that beigey, really pale orange, almost pale green orangey, beigey tones of the primer, and each coating, that primer coating, you can tell which country it's from. They have their own different colour. The Typhoon does have a few stealth attributes. It is a 4th gen, but does come equipped with stealth attributes, one being the low metal profile, so 85% is non-metal. It's also got the S-duct intake system and the Praetorian system to fend off almost a bit like absorbing radar, almost. We'll talk about that later on in the show, the Typhoon's stealth attributes. So like I said, it's not a general 5th gen, but nevertheless, you don't mess with the Typhoon. Oh yeah. And at RIAT, it was lovely, absolute honour to speak to our future generation of pilots with the prefect. You know, it was really, you know, I felt so proud, and they were fans of the show, their parents who tune into the show, and that could be you. welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Coningsby, the home of where it all began for the Ted Coningsby channel, with a mobile phone and a very young Ted. Oh man, the memories. Those that remember the early days, let us know in the comments. Phil Filkins, Ted was just a little cub when you started, Nikos. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks a lot, Andrew Field, oi oi Nikos and crew. And I'd just say that the shift you put in on the weekend was epic. The coverage of the whole of RIAT was brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you for your kind words. Hope you all enjoyed our RIAT adventures. And nice to catch your kind comments on the stream when I can. Still at this current moment in time, for those asking in the car park, it's still got plenty of room at the moment. Paul BOA parked next to me. Awesome show. Is that you? Is it? Oh, hi Paul, you alright, man? Oi, oi. I love those. I'm like, where do I look? Left or right? There we go. Thank you. Rob Kennard, thank you very much as well for your super chat. Get a few shots of the Chipmunk doing a few training circuits here. Look at that, looking good. So if you, I will be giving out some more information on the Typhoon, how it works. But if you've got any questions, let me know, and I'll do my best if I see them to answer them for you. But I will be I'll give you a rundown of the Typhoon. Typhoon, here it is, our model, just quickly. Don't think there's anything taxiing just yet. Like I said, left wing Italy, right wing Spain, Airbus. The middle part of the fuselage made in Germany, the front section, the cockpit area made in Britain, and then you got components here from both Italy and Britain as well. You got, of course, you got the EJ200 engines. You got Leonardo producing sections here as well, and the Typhoon's ever so upgraded Tranche 4s and the ECR, which started out as a Mark 1 from Marconi. This is where the battlefield, although the new ones will be able to give the pilot I think it's around about a 270-degree scope of everything around. But just as an example, the Typhoon could lock onto targets around about 160 kilometers away, which is amazing, and larger aircraft 300 kilometers away, which is exceptional. Can lock onto 20 to 30 targets, prioritize on 6 of those. And with the Pirate, the IRST here, it's not very well marked here, but it is like a black infrared, a bit like the EOTS, the electro-optical targeting system on the F-35, but it does all that. It is a Delta Wing 4-plane configuration. These 4 planes work simultaneously, all right? They don't work individually like some canards do, but these are 4 planes here, which can control the angle of attack, the pitch, and can be used as a speed brake as well. You've got your intakes here, which are variable, sort of like a cowling system. They open and close to control the amount of air. You've got your splitter here, which is like the boundary layer diverter bridge, all right, to stop the boundary layer from forming, which we've spoken about that on the show. The engines sit at 20% of the back here, at 20% of that whole frame, which is amazing. But they sit at the top, which is why we said it's an S-duct. The reason for the S-duct, so if you were to look inside the Typhoon, you can't see the front of the fan, and hides that heat created by compressing the air from the compression blades. So what this means that the S-duct system is a little bit stealthy. It hides that heat because radars love things that come back to them. So metal, heat, all that kind of thing. You want to give a low RCS, which is radar cross section. So that's another one here. You got the Praetorian protecting system as well. At the back, you've got your missile alert warning system at the back here, which is like a little nib that sticks out. This alerts the again, more on a defensive thing. There are 5, or shall we say 6 hard points here. One for the drop tank on this side, another 6 here, another one for the drop tank with optional blue tack, and you've got another one. So in total 13 hard points, 3 of those utilised by drop tanks. On the left, you've got the decoy pylon, which connected via a cable or a lanyard, as I call it. It's like a radar piece of metal which gives out all the signature of a Typhoon, so to fool the enemy with their radar. Underneath, you've got chaff dispenser here, so if it's not heat seeking, it's a missile lock, so chaff can be dispensed. It's like World War II, they called it window, but it's like bits of metal. If it is a heat seeking missile, then you can use your flares. They're located under here. You've also got to cool down the engine. You may see this like a intake here. This is called your RAM heat exchanger. All right. So when Nathan was doing his display, all the other Typhoon displays, when they've got so much reheat on all the time, you need to cool those engines down. So this is where it's cooled down from. It's like a RAM heat exchanger. Under here, you've also got another RAM intake to cool down the instruments as well. Let's have a look what else we can tell you about. So yeah, a lightweight airframe, 24,000 pounds empty weight, with a total of 40,000 pounds of thrust with reheat, which really is, when it's fully fueled and fully loaded, it can accelerate vertically from climb. Literally from 8 seconds, it will pull up 50, 60 into a pure vertical acceleration climb rate, and it will go as high as it's being cleared to do so. Amazing. The early developments found that delta wings, they produce a lot of drag here and here if you've got a flat, very narrow fuselage, so they've bulged that out here. What else can we tell you about the Typhoon? Acrylic canopy. Yeah, an absolutely wonderful aircraft. The Typhoon, another defense that the Typhoon does, it starts to corkscrew. People go, oh, it's corkscrewing. Well, wait a minute. If you're going in a straight line and you want to be in a defensive mode, what good is going in a straight line and just spinning like that? Not a lot, is it? If a hard target is a moving one. So the Typhoon will start to corkscrew after a while. It's done that for good reason. Like I said, it may look really nice and pretty, but you're still in a straight line. The Typhoon will start to naturally corkscrew because you want to be a harder target to get hold of. Brought to you by Nikos. Cameraman, historian, commentator. If I've missed anything else out, let me know. If you want to know anything about the Typhoon, let moi know. There it is. I've lost the Chipmunk. Where is it? Oh, there. That was a good start, wasn't it? Typhoon's service ceiling is impressive, 50,000 plus. Okay, so there is and there are a lot of facts, or shall we say information, that is actually still classified, and for good reason as well. It needs to be. Okay, so what's found on Google is what I can say. Anything else? And it is for good reason. RAF Coningsby, finally built in November the 4th, 1940. First residents came in February of 1941. It was 106 Squadron who arrived here with the Handley Page Hampden, the flying suitcase, and it feels like I haven't spoken about that for a long time. Okay, Typhoons taxiing out now, and our Chipmunk coming in as well. Right, back to the Foons that are taxiing. There's 3 at the moment. A massive shout out to BAE Systems, play a major part in not only the avionics side of things but also the training for the pilots as well. They do take care of the ground course training as well for our pilots here at Coningsby. Oh, yes. Sorry, got a wave. Got to like waves. Waves just make me feel good, don't they? Good morning to everyone. Julie, Paul Norman, Paul Mayers, Margot Baxter, Phil Kins, Simon Watchorn, Chris Bloxham, Donna and the Caker Cat. How's it all going, everyone? Hope you're all good. So I've been towed. Again, a massive congratulations to squadron leader Nathan Scheuer, call sign Reheat, for winning a trophy at RIAT this year. Typhoon's cannon, located on the starboard side there. You can see the grille under those, under that marking there, the insignia there. The squadron markings with the triple X's, almost like a grille there. That's the area of the Mauser cannons infrastructure. Actually fires out of the, technically right on the inside of the wing. 27mm BK Mauser cannon with various rounds, by the way. It's not just a good old standard 27mm, it also has armour piercing rounds and explosive rounds as well, so can be equipped with various rounds, not just your standard. These markings are of 29 Squadron. If you start at the tip of the stabiliser and work yourself towards the canopy, if you follow that down, there's that ram heat exchanger, that sort of intake there, pointing towards the cockpit. So that could be used to cool down the Typhoon's engines when frequent use, excessive use of the reheats. Runway 25 in use, here we go. Another 3 in total. Jets can be towed around for various reasons. Doesn't always mean that there's something wrong with them. They just do move jets around from squadron to squadron. It's a system called pool, to be put in a pool of squadrons. This can be seen on the Vulcan bomber on the hatch door with various squadrons. Each one basically could be put in a pool of squadrons. Not all of them are in a pool where a squadron marked jet can be used, so you may see like a 29 squadron be used by another squadron pilot, for example. Again, this would mean that that aircraft is dedicated to a pool of squadrons. forget, no trip to Coningsby is complete without a trip to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. The museum is open Monday to Friday, but do check on their website just in case. And you can get yourself a hangar tour as well. It's about £11, around that sort of price. Just a pre-warning. Although there's just a quick one there is a car park dedicated for the BBMF museum. Just a pre-warning, you can't take any bags in there if you're going to do the hangar tour, that is. Bags are fine for the museum, but the hangar tour will not be allowing you to take any bags in there. But all the updated rules are on the website, so do check it out. If you are having a full trip in this area, don't forget to check out two more of our favourites. That's the Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre. Do go there as well, it's not far from here. And also close to here as well is of course East Kirkby of Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre, where Just Jane is in progress to be on its way to flying with all your help and support, and of course without the tireless dedication, hours put in by the volunteers to put it all together. It does take a long time, each section. I mean, it could take about 10 I mean, if I remember correctly, one of the Spitfires took about 10 years of the BBMF to fully refurbish it back to airworthy condition. So that's what you're looking at, around about 10 years. I don't know how long is left on it, but it can take sort of 10 to 12 years to get an aircraft done in a heritage aircraft like that, historic aircraft, in airworthy condition. So we are having a short week this week. I have my last show tomorrow for the week. But I am at Old Buckenham on the Saturday. Won't be streaming, but I'll be there to chill out, have a good time, just like I did Saturday at RIAT. Have a good time, get a little few snips, clips for you. But tomorrow will be our last show of the week. That said, I could put a premiere on for you from the Old Buckenham. Doing lots of training here. So we do have Foons that have just started up. So we've got 41 Squadron, which looks like they're started up. Echo Bravo was featured on their Spitfires during World War II. Seek and destroy is their motto. Now, there were no fighter aircraft that were based here during World War II. Coningsby was a Bomber Command of number 5 group. That changed. So between 1940 to 1969, when Coningsby changed to a fighter town with the arrival of number 6 Squadron with the Phantoms. There we go. So 2 more departures, this time from 41 Squadron. What's going on? We've got our Chipmunks. Really strange hazy light today, but I'm your cameraman and commentator. The Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you're good. Don't forget to tune in later on as well at 6 PM. That's 1800 local after our show. It's a 2-hour show to vote for your favourite RIAT display for the inaugural Ted Coningsby Display Awards, the only civilian-based award system. Leonardo DiCaprio, how you doing? Margot, Simon, watch on M7 Mark, all fair stuff, how's it going? Hope you're good.
Tell you what, Edward, I'll tell you what, mate, the funniest thing, now that you said the ice cream man, the funniest thing was the P8 running in for a fly past, and as soon as it ran into view, the ice cream van started to play the football match of the day anthem, and it was perfect. It was like it was a new modification. I might even add it as a fun short, you know. It was just the best, that was. I don't know if you remember that. That was hilarious. Time, innit? Look at this. We do lots of different scenarios. They're training, like the engine cutting out, restarting it, learning to just stay pro and engage process. And you can see that one of the things civilian or you know, so pilots do get, whether civilian or not, it's that moment of it's happening, and it's that shock, and you can see it from that legendary film Sully. You could see Tom Hanks playing Sully there in that just sort of, just trying to process it, and all pilots do get it, and it's snapping out of that and just getting that training kicking in for the real world, and that was very well acted and very well put in my opinion. I thought that was, because that was very realistic, because when things do go wrong like that, it's very easy to just go in almost like a state of just being paralyzed for a moment, and it's that sort of snapping out of that I thought was a brilliant bit of addition to the film, because that is very realistic. That does happen. You know, imagine you're flying and your engine cuts out. It's you know, you've got to just let that training kick in. The disbelief as well. This is why they train all the time, from Chipmunks to Typhoons. I mean, F-35s doing the PFOs all the time. I mean, it's very rare not to see a PFO at Lakenheath, isn't it? Very, very rare. oi. Good to see them back. Oh, it's good to be back at Coningsby. It really is. When I got here this morning, I was thinking it's good to be home. The wonderful memories that I've had here from, you know, the early days in 2021 with Ted, a phone, just having a bit of a fun, a bit of giggle, getting to know what these planes are, just literally not having a clue. And now I'm bringing all that info that I've learned in that short space of time, and still learning, of course, because it's never ending. It's an infinite amount of info that you can learn about the history, which I do as well. Those that know the channel in and out, you know, I'll try to bring in something new all the time. I do love the grey and orange. I think that works really nicely, doesn't it? They have two of these in the BBMF inventory. Done. Right, I'll just check on our Typhoons. Probably starting to come back very soon. Do we have a Typhoon to show you? Well, the weather is deteriorating a little bit here, but we'll see how long we're going. So we've got just some Typhoons just starting to come back already. But a good start to the morning with a performance takeoff. Nice touch and go. Spoon time. landing. The approach coming up as well. Aero braking, look at that. Nicely done. Aero braking looks like a wheelie is used to take the stress off the braking systems and the front nose gear, just basically turning the front undercarriage create a lot of drag, a bit like when we were kids. I don't know if you ever did it, when you open up your jacket and turn it into like a parachute on a windy day, you can feel it pushing you back. That's what's going on here, just literally creating drag to slow down the aircraft aerodynamically. 4 planes as well at the front could be used as well to create a bit of drag, and in a moment you'll see them go into like a level position. Lovely example by the pilot. So yeah, pushed in the downward position to create more drag, just help slow down the aircraft. Markings of 29 Squadron. overall there. Nice engine test over there. I mean, that is chained down as well. To the Ted Coningsby channel. Ted's home. Don't forget to hit the like button. Give us a thumbs up. Let's get the stream getting out there. Hit the like, and of course, do join us. Do subscribe to the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Those 4 Typhoons there now. Right. Thanks a lot, Leslie Taylor, for your kind words. Going out, 2 taxiing back, another one on a low approach. Coningsby. Thanks for the support today, as usual. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in. Ted always loves being back home, don't you, Tom? Mr. Pete, thank you very much. Member for 4 months. Thank you very much. Babzar, high five. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. J Dog, thank you so much for being a Fighter Squadron member. And he's put thank you again for your amazing RIAT work. Thank you so much. And for your 21 months membership. Nice. Ben Taylor, high five. Paul Pump. And a Guards March to you. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. A Guards March to you. We Stevie Boy, who's put bring back the RIAT, and Margot's Tonkers. Guards March, thank you very much. Captain Jerry Donnelly, I weigh too much and have no thrust, but perfect for my comfortable theatre chair. All about thrust to weight ratio. Don't forget the heavies do play a major part in airlift, and they can certainly move the C-27. Who remembers them? When we talk about thrust to weight ratio, we always have to admire the power and the flexibility, agility of the C-27, KC-135, the C-130, A-400. I mean, they were just phenomenal, weren't they? I have got you a nice compilation of the heavyweight aircraft actually taking off as a compilation for the departures day. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you very much for the super. Wee Stevie Boy as well, thanks for the super again. And another Guards March to Wee Stevie Boy, thank you for the super chat, Guards March. Rob Kennard, to put some fuel back in your fuel tank. Thanks a lot, Rob. Guards March, thank you very much. And Danny Boy 40, congratulations on your year membership. Anonymous, I voted for #1 for his camera work and commentary and coverage. Kudos. Then Nath, and then the F-16. Guards March, thank you very much for the super. Helen Bird, nice one. 1 year, 12 months ago, last Friday while watching Arrivals. Nice one. And Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March. Yeah, I mean, the air shows do give you, especially RIAT, gives you a full understanding of the amazing agility of airlift aircraft. Because as a channel, we give them lots of love. We go to Mildenhall, we've done Bryce Norton, and we do see them at other bases and places, and they are just phenomenal the way they move. The tactical departures, the tactical approaches from the likes of the KC-135 and the tactical departures of the C-17s, they're just ferociously amazing. I mean, that C-17 of Qatar did that tactical departure, which was well, if you were drinking coffee, you were wearing it. And then we had the likes of the C-17 going through the Lake District, call sign Elvis. Just amazing. Typhoon around 11 meters long and 15 meters, 11 meter wingspan. Still smaller than the wingspan than the Spitfire. 15 meters long. Back to the main ASP, that's aircraft servicing platform. Pilots just call it the main here at Coningsby. Taxi back to the main, or taxi from the main. Just in case you get a job here, you know, you need to know where the main is. Just give me a minute, all right. Okay, I'm just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea while I can. I think we've got around just those 4 or thereabouts, or we've got a minimum 4 because we saw them leave. Right, be right back, see ya. Oh right, yeah, I'm here once a week usually as well. Yeah, I haven't been here for a while, so RIAT.
Yeah, we went to RIAT.
Yeah, it's good.
It was really good. I did put the Lancaster.
Yeah, it was lovely. Yes. Okay, there we go. Yeah, no worries. Did you enjoy RIAT?
Oh, we loved it.
Yeah, it was
absolutely
good,
loved
wasn't it?
7.5 hours of flying.
It was brilliant, wasn't it?
Got some really good pictures as well.
Oh, good. Good. Nice.
Thank you.
No problem. you all right?
Good morning, young sir.
How's it going?
How you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. All good.
Been busy?
Yeah, very good, yeah. Good.
Yeah. That big hungry. That big green.
Did you enjoy RIAT?
Yes.
Yeah, it should be just
Someone would have to work, mate, for like you. Just enjoy what you're doing.
Yeah, no.
I saw a lot of videos.
Too warm, but the minute I take it off, I'm not sure if we're expecting any
Come on, it's
rain.
not that cold.
No, it's not that cold, but I'm feeling it now. It's sweating in here.
We'll see you later.
Yeah, see you later, buddy. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So yeah, just a quick chat on radars and ADSB and transponders. Don't forget there's a primary radar which sends out signals everywhere. Okay, it's like an omnidirectional radio waves that are sent everywhere, whereas you've also got the secondary radar which communicates with an aircraft's transponder, but that's not to be confused with the likes of ADSB. Please don't forget that it's got nothing to do with that. Aircraft here that's flying around have to have their transponders on. If you don't, you are likely to cause a collision. The reason why you can't see it on ADSB or flight radars, it's not to do with the actual transponder on the actual aircraft itself. There is an ADSB mode in the aircraft that a pilot can turn on and off. Okay, but the transponder itself, the actual transponder, is on. Don't confuse that with a real radar. Okay, real radar's got nothing to do with ADSB. ADSB uses GPS. Okay, so it's very, very accurate, but it can be switched off. Okay, that that can be turned off, but the actual transponder is on all the time, because if you turn that off, you become invisible, as in literally could cause a serious incident. But turning your transponder off, okay, the real one, okay, can still be seen anyway by the primary radar because it's sending out signals on all directions. The secondary radar won't be able to pick it up, so that's why. So they will always be able to track it, but it's very extremely dangerous because other aircraft may not see it. And yeah, you've only got to look at flight radar right now over the UK to see how many wonderful different variety military or civilian aircraft that are flying right now. ADSB, for those who don't know, stands for Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast. It is technology for tracking of aircraft. It enables aircraft to broadcast their position. So it's a different thing. It's a broadcasting unit using GPS. So this is why it's got nothing to do with the actual radar transmission from the transponder. All right, it's got nothing to do with that, because it's using GPS, not radio waves. So that doesn't make sense if you think that they've turned their transponder off. There is an ADSB function in the aircraft that they can turn off and on and off. Thanks a lot, Perry. Yes, they use a similar system on ships as well. Thank you very much for that. There is, again, an ADSB sort of tracking system which uses GPS, and then you've got like the likes of I believe that, I don't know much about the ships, but I believe they've got their own little transponding system as well. Probably like a beacon system, I think, but that's just a pure guess. But ladies, gents, and teddy bears, welcome to Ted's Home, RAF Coningsby. Welcome to the show. And let's have a little look at Coningsby's first ever aircraft with 106 Squadron. Oh, it's almost time to take my jacket off. So we spoke about specifications, and for those that know about the Air Ministry specifications that I've gone into detail about before in our previous streams, this little beauty, this little Handley Page Hampden, was the first aircraft to operate here, February 1941. The specification was B932. So for those that know about the specifications that we spoke about, B for a bomber, all right, and the 32 means the year it was specified for operational requirement. B9 at the time was for a sort of B indicated for a heavy bomber. P was medium. Although this is what we had at the time. There wasn't even, I don't think there was a thinking to have a 4-engine heavy bomber at the time. This is what we had, the likes of the Blenheim, the likes of the Hampden, the Wellington. Of course, this B9, the 9 means it was the 9th issue, so there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They could have had different letters, okay? So the next one of that year, okay, so it resets after, so when it goes to the year 1933, it will start with number 1/33, 2/33, etc. All right, hope that made sense. So B932. So before this would have been a letter and then an 8 and 32 of that year. All right, so just a quick one. So this was a twin-engine daylight day bomber, a high performance at that time. The Handley Page Hampden had a few nicknames. Crew of 4, oi oi, because of the 3-foot wide wing fuselage. I mean, look at it. It was called the flying suitcase, flying tadpole, and all other fun nicknames that it had. Crew of 4. It had a wingspan of 69 feet and 2 inches. All right, so that's basically about 2 Typhoons wingspan, roughly. 247 miles per hour, and it could get a range, a reasonable cruise speed as well, with 206 miles per hour cruise speed with a range of 720 miles, with service ceiling of 19,000 feet, which was actually quite good for a twin-engine bomber. It could take a 4,000-pound bomb load, and it could also take the 18-inch torpedo, and it can carry mines. Now, here is the thing with the twin-engine bomber of the likes of the Hampden. Okay, so this arrived, okay, February 1941 here at Coningsby with 106 Squadron. Now, the problem with the pilot being up here, it was a folding seat. It was very narrow. I mean, 3 foot, what, 1 meter, for those who don't know. 1 meter. I mean, that is very narrow, isn't it? But should the pilot get injured or worse, it was very, very difficult to get the pilot out and get someone to try to attempt to fly it. It had a mixed reputation between squadrons. 106 Squadron were actually, as opposed to percentage of losses, had the disastrous reputation of being the worst Hampden squadron, and sadly that's what happened. But 106 Squadron were to change aircraft eventually a few times. Of course, during the war they went on to the Manchester, which again, that had its own issues, and they went on to the Lancaster, went to oh, we do have another departure coming up. But anyway, it's fun, isn't it, to see what was here first, and it was this. We do have another Typhoon departure coming up. You know, we're starting out with an aircraft at 242 miles per hour with a 4,000-pound payload, as opposed to an aircraft today, which we've got here, around 1,500 miles per hour. The Typhoon FGR4, as it's designated with the Royal Air Force, because it does have different names in different air forces, and that's not new. It's nothing new or specific to the Typhoon. It's all to do with designation, and this has been going on that I can see from World War II. I don't know about World War I, but certainly aircraft of World War II had different names in each air force. So the B-17, we all know the B-17, the Flying Fortress, was actually called the Boeing Fortress in the Royal Air Force. They were the first to actually use it operationally, the Royal Air Force. You've also got the A-10, not the A-10, sorry. Yeah, the A-20 Havoc, which was also called the Boston here in the Royal Air Force. The A-20 in the, sorry, not A-10, the A-20 was called the Havoc in the United States Army Air Force, but it was called the Boston in the Royal Air Force. You've also got the Boeing, you've got the B-29 Super Fortress. I'm getting my names mixed up from RIAT. But it was called the Boeing Washington in the Royal Air Force. Okay, so you can see where I'm going at this. And I think the Marauder and the Havoc, I'm pretty sure they're the same aircraft. I could be wrong. Have a look. It's pretty cool. Pretty sure they're the same aircraft, but one was named in designation for training and one was named for an actual bomber. I could be wrong on that, but there you go. Let me see if I can think of any others. I think the Canberra had a different name, didn't it? Did the Canberra have a different name? I'm pretty sure it was like the B-57. What did the US call the Canberra? It was called something else, wasn't it? Pretty sure of that one. Was it a B-57 or something? I could be wrong. Let's have a look. Just trying to think of others. We do have more departures. Always learning, you know me. And always happy to put it out there that I'm not sure of the answer, but always looking out for finding the answer. That's what it's all about. So yeah, as we found out, in Spain they call it the Eurofighter C-16 Typhoon. In Italy it's the F-2000A. There's also EF-2000 Eurofighter with the German Air Force. So it's not a new thing. Oh, I did get it right. B57. Thank you very much. No, Mark Dudley. No, you heard me wrong. It's Boston and the Havoc. And then the other two I was comparing is Marauder and the Invader. Sorry, maybe I didn't say that. So Boston and Havoc. Yeah, B26, but I'm trying to work out if I'll tell you what. Let me find out for you. Hang on. Oh, what was it called? Was it the Invader? Wasn't it? Invader aircraft. Yeah, Douglas Invader A26. That's right. Here we go. So yeah, so it was the A26 Invader and the B26. That's right. So I was right. Yeah, that's fine. Marauder. Okay, so the, yeah, that's right. The A20 was the Boston, but that was in the Royal Air Force designation, and the A20 Havoc was the US Army Air Force. The A26 Invader was the trainer, I believe, and then the B26 was the one used in operational combat. So I hope that made sense. That's the one. I remember there was two that were pretty much the same, but one named differently as a trainer. Ah, no worries. We're all here to learn, Paul. We're all here to learn. That's what it's all about. Yeah, if you have a look at the B26 and the A26, they were just given different things. I've been looking quite a bit into more detail about the some of the engines a bit more. Been learning a little bit more about engines from World War II. It's quite a lot to take in. Right, be right back. Lost my Manchester fact sheet. Yeah, they've got a, speaking of the B-25 Mitchell, they've got one at East Kirkby, the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. Beautiful, beautiful aircraft, so have a look at that when you go. Cool, thanks for the info on the B26 and A26. Cheers for that. Something I came across anyway. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to Ted's home, RAF Coningsby. Hey, you alright, man? how many we've had out now. Was it 4 and 2? Was that? So we should have around about 6 or so. Something like that. We can never get it right. A massive shout out to all that have tuned in. Welcome to the show. Right, be right back. Gonna go and get some scram. But I'll might have to have it up here because they could just come back any time, right? Hiya.
Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.
unlikely to be much movement today, you think?
Yeah, there'll be another wave later.
Oh.
Well, thank you for that. That's a well-earned break. That was good. Thank you very much. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you're all good and well. And hope you enjoyed our RIAT adventures. And welcome back. We are business as usual, our regular shows. I hope we're all good. Got a few foons still out. Catch them. Big shout to the AWCU doing their thing. It's the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. A very important aspect of any aerodrome, any airfield, to try to manage or control wildlife, which is always present. You're never going to be able to, you know, completely get rid of it, because that's what nature's all about. Nature is priority. It takes over. However, there's things that you can do to kind of maintain the management of birds or any other wildlife causing a hazard to themselves, and of course to the aircraft and pilot and crew and us, and just keeping a whole safety aspect around the aerodrome and the vicinity around it. So with careful management, armed with various coloured flags such as red, white, yellow and black to scare off as many birds as possible. There isn't a colour to do a particular bird, they just use whatever works. They will use a flare gun that will play the horn of the vehicle. They can chase away the birds with the vehicle. They do have a rifle should they need to do it. They don't often do it, which for various reasons. They try to do it in the most humane possible way, although they do use falconry as well, whichever way you want to look at that as well. But you know, at the end of the day, these things can kill. You know, these things can cause death. Okay, they are hazardous, which is why we always recommend please don't feed any of the wildlife here, because the idea is to try to deter them from here. You'd think the noise would actually deter them. There's also the grass, the management of the grass. There's a specific height. You don't want it too short and you don't want it too long. I think it's about, I'm just trying to think what the max is. It 3 or 6 inches, I think it is, something like that, like maximum. I think it's 6 inch for the grass, but don't quote me on that. There are experienced ex-AWCUs that would probably know anyway. There you go. So they do have the distressed pre-recorded recordings that they can play out of the speakers of the vehicle as well. There's plenty of ways and methods they can do. Some are homemade, whichever works at the end of the day. Aspen, how you doing? Oi oi to you, hope you're good. Hope you're all good. Thanks a lot everyone that's tuned in. Aspen, oi oi to you. Dr. Soda, Perez, Perry, Matman Bush, how you doing? Hope you're good. Dr. Soda, Anonymous, how you doing? Graham McRobert, Mick T, Dr. Soda, Aspen, Simon Wattrell, Martin D, Edward Coates. Aspen, what up? Darren, thanks a lot for the pint glasses, the RIAT ones. Yeah, they were great. Claire really loved them. Thank you very much. Christopher Carr, oi oi to you. Yes, we're very well. Aspen, what up? We're good. Afternoon, Ted. Yeah, this is Ted's home TCS. You know how it is.
doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Well, I hope you're all good and well. Let's have a look what we've got here. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. My name's Nick Ross, I'm your cameraman and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you're good. Welcome to Lincolnshire. Welcome to Ted's home, ladies, gents, teddy bears. You can see the wind is taking its effect here. And yeah, hope we're all good. And well, welcome back to Coningsby. We are back at Ted's home, and I hope you're all well. And I hope you enjoyed our coverage at RIAT. It was amazing. I really enjoyed it as well, and I hope you did as well with the coverage. And thanks to everyone who met us on Saturday as well. I went in just to enjoy it as well, and it's good to be back. It feels like I haven't been here in what, 2.5 weeks, maybe 3 at a push, but I'd say it feels like more, to be honest. But welcome to EGXE, RAF Coningsby, home of the Typhoons and the Battle of Britain Memorial Aircraft as well. Now, we are in England's second largest county, and during the Second World War it was nicknamed Bomber County, but although there wasn't an airfield here as such during the First World War, or not that I could find, there was as many, it was as much as Fighter County as well as Bomber County. But of course it is renowned, this whole region, and for good reason as well. But there was as many as 46 airfields in the second largest county of England, and there was an average of 7 miles apart from airfield to airfield. So off the top of my head, we've got Woodhall Spa, which is maybe 5 miles where the backwards crow flies, perhaps. We've got Metheringham, Dunholm Lodge, Spilsby, Waddington, although a few further miles back, it was still, you know, reasonably close. What else? East Kirkby, how could I forget that? We said Metheringham, Spilsby, Wickenby, and then you've got further on into Lincolnshire as well. So we've literally 7 miles between airfield to airfield was the average. And you know, before that though, it was home to several airfields to defend the county against the Zeppelin raids during the First World War. To give you an idea, there were 300 military airfields that stood at the end of the First World War. By 1924 there were just as many as 27. Many of the airfields were recalled for expansion during the pre-war expansion program, and by 1935 the military airfields began to rise again. The threat of another war was sadly a reality, and in 1936 Bomber Command formed, along with Fighter Command and Coastal Command too. And grass runways were the easier option, and let's face it, you work with what you've got, or what you've got at the time of technology. You build things to what you have, and grass runways were, they weren't just chosen because, you know, let's face it, aircraft at the time weren't required to have a concrete runway, but it was only when we started to realise that, hey, our aircraft are getting heavier and heavier, the grass is getting soggy and soggier. So this is the reasons, some of the reasons behind it. But grass runways were an excellent choice for fighters. If the airfield did come under attack, you've all seen movies of bombers attacking the airfield and the Spitfires just taxiing around. There will be some stretch of grass that a Hurricane or a Spitfire could take off from, and lighter bombers as well could also take off. But for scrambling wise, you know, yes, you can maintain a dedicated airfield, a runway at your airfield, but there was always somewhere for a Spitfire to take off, for example. And light bombers too were able to use grass runways, but this, you know, at the end of the day, the need for hardened concrete runways was going to be imminent with what we had. And the likes of the Lancaster and heavy bombers, when they were introduced, then thinking were needed to be done. Now, it's amazing to think of some of these household names like Balfour Beatty,
Wimpy Taylor, John Lagan Sons. These are household names that built these airfields, and they're still going today. You know, Wimpy Taylor, they're still going, aren't they? It's amazing how, you know, all these names are still going today. It would take about 18 months for a hardened runway, but we'll get to that when we talk about the introduction of hardened runways. They did have hard stands, they did have some of the taxiways may have had a bit of concrete, some of the structures around it would have had concrete sections, but in the end, when Lancasters, Halifaxes and the Schultz-Sterling bombers, when all those were introduced, Class A runways as they were called, triangular configured runways, so you'd have like a 6,000 foot runway followed by 2 subsidiary smaller ones, around about 3.5 to 4,000 foot long runways. But they were introduced, the hardened runways, as a requirement in the end for those that were going to be designated as bomber stations, so the likes of Thorpe Abbott's, you know, these stations that were built after or designated, such as the ones at Fairford, they were built with hardened runways because after the Air Ministry decided that runways that were going to be built after December 1940, the Air Ministry said if they're designated for bomber command, then they would have the hardened runways because the terrain gets soggy, it's not, you know, the landings would be damage the aircraft as well. So the plants that actually built Coningsby happened towards the sort of towards the tail end of 1930s, in 1937 to be exact, and by the 4th of November 1940 it was ready to operate with its grass runways, and it operated as number 5 group. And the first residents to arrive and operate at Coningsby, this was on the 23rd of February 1941, was 106 Squadron. They would have had Zulu November as their squadron markings on their aircraft, who were operating at the time the Handley Page bomber, the twin engine bomber. Now their first ever mission, and Coningsby's first ever mission, happened on the night of the 1st into the 2nd of March 1941, when 5 Hampdens took off in a raid over Hamburg. The following night of completing their first mission, 106 Squadron took to the skies again for their second mission, but on this time they did lose a Hampden and all 4 of their crew failed to return. X3002 failed to return. It was the first loss of RAF Coningsby, with all 4 killed in action. Now, before we talk about the next squadron that arrived to become the second squadron to operate with 106, I will show you again just quickly from the Hampden bomber. Let me just show you over here. This was the first aircraft to operate here. This would have had Zulu November, and we spoke about this earlier in the stream. So powered by 2 Bristol Pegasus engines. There was a Hereford version of this with the Napier engines in there. Didn't look any different, just had different engines. Perhaps the cowlings would have been a little bit different, but you know, 1,000 horsepower on each one. You know, it had a reasonable service ceiling at 19,000 feet. You know, it first operated at Scampton, for those who know. It was in September 1938 with 49 Squadron. Could carry 4,000 pound payload, 247 miles per hour with a flight level of 190. So not bad, really, not bad. You know, at the end of the day, with 1,000 horsepower, and that's what we had at the time. You know, twin engine bombers. We didn't have the 4 engine bombers, but they were coming because of the likes of daylight, you know, raids with a Hampden, a Blenheim. You know, it was asking for a little bit much, but you know, evolution of aviation is progressive, like anything else. Like I said, 3 foot narrow, 3 foot the width, or 1 meter is that fuselage. Just think how cramped that is. But sadly, 106 Squadron, we're about to find out that we're about to get not a very good reputation with this. They were the worst of losses of a Hampden squadron, 106 Squadron. So, but I do need to give you a little debrief on the next aircraft in just a sec, and I'll explain, because it's one of those things where the aircraft I'm about to talk about had a bad reputation, but if it wasn't for the bad reputation, we wouldn't have had the legendary other aircraft. So on the 15th of March, 106, you right there? I'm all right. No, thank you though. That's very kind of you. That's very kind. I'm all right.
I will. Well said, I will. On the 15th of March, 106 Squadron were joined by 97 Squadron. Now, they had Oscar Foxtrot on their Avro Manchesters. Now, here we go, the Manchester. Now, I've seen a couple of you know, polo shirts and t-shirts with the Lancaster with Oscar Foxtrot, but now you know, as you get to know the channel, we do like to throw in the squadron markings as well, so that when you buy stuff, you know, with models, or you know, like the EB Echo Bravo on 41 Squadron, you'll be able to go, oh, I learned that. But yeah, however, this aircraft, the Avro Manchester, it had been it was grounded several times. In fact, it didn't make the end of the war. In fact, it retired mid-1942, but it helped, and I'm going to show you some photos. They're very hard to get a model of without showing you. The only thing I can do is show you some photos and my Avro Lancaster and explain why. Now, 106 Squadron were usually on their own, all right? Now, we've got 106 Squadron here with 97, so you've got Hampdens, and then you've got Manchesters. Underpower and unreliability. Now, usually the problems occurred on the way back. Okay, once they've done the bombing missions, because I'll explain. It had very good on paper the engines. However, they would heat up. The ball bearings would start to heat up considerably, in fact most dangerously, and cause the engine to catch fire. The other problem was the propellers started to feather as well. So the problem was actually the engines, and Roy Chadwick and his crew were trying to rectify the problem, and I think that because of what we had, I think the Avro Manchester was kind of forced into combat. It was just said, yeah, it's got powerful engines, that will do. Now, it was very similar to the Avro Lancaster, and for good reason as such. But during the first few months, 106 Squadron had the highest losses already with the Hampdens, but they were on their own because the Manchester was just being grounded all the time. It wasn't good enough, and it was deemed as dangerous. With regular grounding of the Manchester, both squadrons took to the skies in the Hampdens in the end, because 106 Squadron were about to be upgraded to the Manchester, but they were like, nah, let's just go back to the Hampdens. Let's have a little look at our unfortunate Manchester, and you're going to think, hang on a minute, it looks a bit like a Lancaster. Well, you won't be wrong in thinking that. Let's show you a photo of it, because it was almost there, the Avro Manchester. Here it is. Look at that. It is practically a Lancaster, but not quite. There's something odd about it, and that's because it's got two engines. Now, it was the engines that were a problem. This was about 90 feet, I think, the 89 feet wingspan to accommodate the two Rolls-Royce Vulture engines, all right? Now, the Vulture engines could produce around about 1710, 1760 horsepower, and that's actually fantastic, don't you think? Now, here's the problem. I'm going to go and get you the Lancaster in a moment. So yeah, the prototype actually had a third tail on it. Now, the Manchester was first operated in 1940 in November by 207 Squadron at Waddington. It could take 10,350 pounds of payload with a 265 miles per hour and flight level at service ceiling at 19,200. Now, let's have a little look about what happened. There's our three-tailed Avro Manchester. It was the Mark 1A, and then they decided to get rid of that, and then the evolution turned it into this, the H tail in the end, like so. All right, so it was almost there, but it kept getting grounded. I've lost count how many times it has been grounded. Maybe I think over between 6 and 12 times. It was like, this is it now. And by 1942, that was it. But something magical happened. Now, I'm going to go a little bit, just going to talk a little bit about what happened. So, the aircraft's getting grounded several times. No one can get out there and, do their missions. I'm going to show you the Lancaster, because this is what happened. So, don't forget, the first 4-engined bomber was the short Stirling bomber that made it into service before the Lancaster. So, and then followed by the Halifax. The short Stirling with number 7 Squadron, that came into operation in 1941 in January, and just before that as well, the Halifax was also
you know, started to, just after that, the Halifax started to operate as well. So you had the Stirling, then the Halifax. So by 1941, we've already got 2 4-engine bombers. Now Avro decided to do the same thing. What he did was extended, he added 6 foot either side, and instead of trying to fix the engine problems, he decided, instead of trying to fix the engine problems, he decided to have completely new engines, 4 of them. He added 6 foot either side. He increased this by 3 meters because there was a prototype Mark III Avro Manchester, all right, had a prototype, and he added Rolls-Royce Merlin engines. Now the Avro Lancaster made its sort of operational prototype around 1941, and it had a 14,000 pound payload due to the requirement, 282 miles per hour, surface ceiling of just short of 21,500 with the 1,280 horsepower. So there were less horsepower, okay, by 500 horsepower each, but they were more reliable, and there were 4 of them. The prototype BT308 made its debut at RAF Waddington in 1941 with the 3rd tail, tail fin. Then he made another one, DG595, and got rid of that tail, the 3rd tail fin, and just kept it the H that we know today. And in December of 1941, number 44 Squadron got a lovely Christmas present, the Avro Lancaster. It was going to be called the Avro Manchester Mark III, but they decided, due to probably its reputation, they decided to knock that on the head and call it a Lancaster. So this is how the Lancaster came about, all because of the faults of the Avro Manchester. Now back to Coningsby's 97 Squadron. So that is the evolution of the, you know, of the Lancaster, all because of what happened there. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Like a fault of an aircraft developed something beautiful. To be honest, it was beautiful. It looked right, it flew right, you know, that old saying with aircraft, and it didn't have any issues. You know, it took part in the very first raid, the Augsburg raid in April 1942, but this kind of changed things to that. But we're going to go back to Coningsby now. So Hampden squadrons were converted to Manchester, and there was an Avro Manchester squadron in 97, but they were grounding the Manchester. April the 10th to the 11th in 1941, 106 squadron was sent on a small scale raid to Dusseldorf. 2 more Hampdens were lost again by night fighters. The 8 men who perished lay side by side in a Dutch cemetery where they were lost. Just going to check that. We may have arrivals. Hang on. What I'll do, I'll look ahead. I'll keep it here and I'll talk to you so I can be ready for our arrivals. Sorry about this. Yeah, so in July and August of 1941, 106 Squadron lost a total of 15 aircraft, and in August 1941, Hampden AE-193, piloted by Sergeant Leon, was heading home from a raid in Duisburg when disaster struck as both Olympus Pegasus engines on his Hampdens failed, both of them, whilst 40 miles out over the North Sea, near the island of Texel, Netherlands. Thanks, Arjen, for letting me know how to pronounce that. And Leon managed to land the Hampden on the sea, and all actually evacuated safely in the dinghy, and their life jackets on as their Hampden slowly bubbled down and sank. Now they scrambled into the life-saving dinghy. However, rescue didn't come. It never came, and enduring the rough seas, heavy pounding rain, the sharpness and unforgiving cold weather for 2 days, and another 2 days passed. So the first 2 days was cold, bitter, wet, rough seas, and then followed by 2 hot, blazing, sunny days, again with no possibility of any rescue. There were aircraft, but no one's seen them. And finally, before they lost hope, they actually were washed ashore, still alive, living on nothing but raw shellfish and no fresh water to survive. The next day they were found by fishermen but were handed over to German officials. The crew received medical treatment and became POWs. Now, 97 Squadron were actually having a better time with their Manchesters, believe it or not, and on the 8th to the 9th of April 1941, 97 Squadron took off to the skies in their new aircraft on a night raid for the largest raid of the war by Bomber Command on Kiel. But again, the Manchester was to have a series of accidents, and even a crash and taking for Coningsby. Many were lost on their raids, after their raids, on the homeward bound, giving radio signals to report engine trouble, you know, with a second one following. So it really did have a problem with the engines overheating, and it was usually on the way back that they suffered, because they, you know, they were a good aircraft, but just the engines were just not very reliable at all, and it actually cost a lot of men's lives because of it. On the 2nd of October 1941, AD 768 of 106 Squadron were on a mission with other Hampdens to raid Karur near Frankfurt. Oi oi! Near Frankfurt, and it was led by Sergeant Newby. They departed Coningsby at 1800. There was a series of Hampdens and other bombers on the way there with rough weather. With 5 minutes away from their target, they actually cancelled the raid just 5 minutes away from their target. But Sergeant Newby thought, hang on a minute, you know that press on RAF, you know how they are, that press on RAF attitude. He went on and he did actually bomb the target, and the problem was now he was pretty much on his own on the way back, and they did meet enemy fighters. They were getting attacked, and their Pegasus really, their Pegasus engines were starting to feel it, and their Hampden took a battering, and all the navigation systems failed, and they kind of lost track. They met ME-110s and ended up over Ireland, well, what they believed was land, and they did actually bail out around about 0300 hours and bailed out. They were right, they were over land, but what they didn't realise that they were actually on neutral territory, which was the Republic of Ireland, and being neutral means that they spent the rest of the war interned and spent the rest of the war in Ireland for the next few years. So eventually, with all the issues the Manchester was having, 106 Squadron were converting as well to the Manchester, but and that was in early 1942. But by February 1942, Coningsby's satellite station, RAF Woodhall Spa, was complete, and as we mentioned earlier, that if they were to be built after 1940, December 1940, they were to be built with hardened concrete runways, and this was. Now, RAF Woodhall Spa was actually the satellite station to Coningsby. All right, now that I only learned maybe 2 months ago. Now, the Avro Lancaster was ready for 97 Squadron. It was completed, it was ready, but you couldn't bring it here because Coningsby had grass runways. So this is one of the reasons why they built Woodhall Spa, to actually get the 4-engine bomber aircraft at Woodhall Spa, and using the 106 Squadron and 97 Squadron crew to use the Lancaster at Woodhall Spa. So when they received the new 4-engine bomber, the Avro Lancaster, what they did, the 106 Squadron and 97 Squadron actually formed their own heavy conversion flight. So they needed to train from 2-engine bombers to the new 4-engine Lancaster, right? So what they did, they made their own. It's almost like, oh, here comes the Chipmunk. How relevant. So yeah, it's almost like, let's say, Free Squadron making their own OCU. Does that make sense? So 106 and 97 squadrons actually made their own heavy conversion flights from a series of flights, and they went to RAF Woodhall Spa so they can train over there. Eventually 97 squadron did actually permanently move to, or at least temporarily, sorry, they moved to Woodhall Spa in the end, 97 squadron, and that was during bad weather as well. Aircraft being used from Woodhall Spa was done instead of Coningsby. So they actually had a place to operate when the weather was bad and to train their crew on the Avro Lancaster. 106 Squadron didn't have the best start in the Manchesters, as we said, with missions being aborted, but did get their first sortie in with their new aircraft on the 20th of March 1942. Warrant Officer Merrill successfully planted their mines off Kiel. You know, if the Lancaster come out now, that would be apt, wouldn't it? In 1942, 106 Squadron was to have a new wing commander. Now, you probably all heard of him. I know. He was very young. He was just 23, and I believe the youngest wing commander of Bomber Command. And he did increase morale, although he was the youngest squadron commanding officer of Bomber Command. Gibson got himself back into flying ops. It was Wing Commander Guy Gibson. Himself back into flying. He didn't like desk jobs, he wanted to fly, and he did, and he got himself back into flying ops with mine laying in the following 3 weeks as well, and 22nd of April 1942, and 3 more sorties in the Manchester before Gibson really got himself a good reputation here at Coningsby, and he was highly recognised for his 18 night sorties, which 6 were consecutive, and the squadron did improve, and the performance was noted by analysts of 5 Bomber Command and the Air Ministry, which is why I think this could have been the key moment why he was chosen to become the wing commander of Squadron X. I know right, Squadron X. Oh yeah, aka 617 Squadron for the Dam Buster raid. On the 30th of May 1942, Coningsby's aircraft took part in the 1000 bomber raid over Cologne, which were 3 night sorties, 3 bombing raids over German cities. Eventually, mid-1942, 106 Squadron took to the skies for their last mission at Coningsby before moving to Sileston, while Coningsby eventually closed to have its new runways put in. So they actually decided to close Coningsby's runways. This wasn't, you know, just for Coningsby. Many bases closed to have this done. Lots of Marham, Waddington, lots of bases who had the grass runways converted. Upwood, lots of places were doing it. So 106 Squadron moved to Sileston very briefly and eventually went to Metheringham. They did their final mission with the raid over Bremen. 3 of their aircraft failed to return. Now, the transformation to the new runways meant that flying ceased for nearly a year, and that was from September 1942 to August 1943. But during this time, the 5 Group Training School and 5 Group G Equipment School and even Bomber Command's Field Cookery School took residence and made use of the facilities at Coningsby whilst the runways were being constructed. 106 Squadron eventually moved to RAF Metheringham with their Lancasters in 1943, and we do have a Lost Airfields episode on this as well, so you can find out what happened. You can pretty much go to our Lost Airfields episodes and catch up on our latest episode, which is RAF Metheringham. I am working on another one actually. Right, here comes 2 inbound. Quite far apart. This is a good one.
conceded that it's warm.
Yeah.
Must be warm up there.
Yeah.
Sat here getting the history lesson. Parked in right place.
You're right.
Yeah, just going to see your history lesson.
Oh, cool. Thank you. A bit windy though. It's a bit windy up here. I think I'll put that back on. I'll be right back. How's it going? Yeah, good. I've got something for you. Yeah, that's it. This is what I made. I spoke to Hicks I left it on a good spot actually. How you doing? Sorry, I had to. So you know the Ted Coningsby channel always trying to do some safe plane spotting and be really vigilant. I've made something for the RAF police. It's not totally my idea because I've got to give it to RAF Leaving for that because it was amazing. But I thought, why don't we make some? Why don't we push it forward for Coningsby as well? And it's literally a awareness. It's aircraft viewing safety and security. Would you like to see it? So it's like a little leaflet that I made. Yeah, it's a little leaflet and it's got all the details and facts. These details are not secret, they are online. It's, you know, what to do in the event of something. You know, it's a really informative leaflet which has been given out. Like I said, it's not totally my idea, but I've added a few things, you know, with what we talk about on the show. So it's to give out to the viewing areas. I just think it will help, and I'm happy to produce some little pencils to go with it. You know, I don't mind doing that, anything to help security, do you know what I mean? Because we could do so much out here, you know, to prevent stuff like that. Because we want to be able to come and view aircraft safely. We want to come here and have a good time and just enjoy the aircraft and not to be spoilt by other people who think, you know. But the good advice I need to tell you straight away though, there are two things, major things. If it is an emergency, then you need to call 999. Okay, so that's advice number one. And the second one, if you do hear and spot something, please don't approach these people who just don't know what is going on in their heads. The advice I've put in the leaflet, hang on, I'll show you just really quickly. You'll like this. And it is true, you know, you just don't know what they're thinking. But look at this. Look what I've put. In the advice, you know, run to safety. It's better to hide than to confront and then tell the police. You know, it's Ted Coningsby's little leaflet that I made. For here. So I'm hoping, you know, if you get it rolled out here, you know who's behind it. Good old Ted Coningsby. But obviously, I don't want any credit for it. You know, in that respect, I haven't put any Ted Coningsby stuff on there. It's not to do with that. It's for everyone to spot these individuals who think they can just go around and ruin it for people, because they're not. Because we're bigger than that. You know, I want to be able to come in and enjoy aircraft. You know, imagine it though, if they did just close it off and say no, sorry. Well, you know, think of the mental health side of it from our point of view. There's a lot of people that rely coming here. There's a lot of people that rely on watching the streams. There's a lot of people that like to do photography on aircraft. You know, and we shall not let individuals ruin it for everyone. We're a big community. You know, and we can do a lot by doing what we do. Spot, that's it. We're all armed with cameras and video cameras. Everyone's really got a phone on them.
Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username,
No worries, where are we going? Just here, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright, no worries. Sorry about that. It's a cable having a nightmare. I've just completely changed the one of the devices. Could be a faulty one. I mean, it's had a battering over RIAT, hasn't it? So I could even I've narrowed it down to a couple of things other than updates. So we may just call it a day actually, and I'll try and rectify the. Actually, we might as well keep it running and see if this has cured it. We'll see how it goes. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Sorry about our little tech issues going on. Oi, oi, how you doing? But right, I've just swapped one of the devices over. It could be one of that. It's either that or a cable or updates. One of those three. But it's all about troubleshooting at the moment. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? So yes, Coningsby closed its runway between September 1942 and August 1943, and we did have some residents using the facilities at the time. But when the base was closed, the existing squadrons already moved. 106 Squadron went to Sileston briefly and then went to Metheringham, and 97 went to Woodhall Spa. Now in the spring of 1943, when the runways were just pretty much getting completed, the first to use the runways as a test was 1514 beam approach training flight. That was with the Avro Anson and the Oxford aircraft. The beam approach training helps pilots learn to land in poor visibility using a beam approach, a bit like ILS, but in this instance it was sending beams, so poor weather or even at night this could be most useful. On the 25th of August 1943, Coningsby was back in Bomber Command operations, and the famous 617 Squadron arrived with their Lancaster bombers here. 617 Squadron flew many raids from Coningsby and eventually swapped with 619 Squadron in January 1944. Now you may have heard of the Petwood Hotel at Woodhall Spa. 619's officers were in there, and this time when they swapped, 617 Squadrons were there, which is why it resonates and has a connection with the Dam Busters and Bomber Command and everything else RAF there. RAF Scampton always has its connection with 617 Squadron, but in fact it's at Woodhall Spa where they operated from the most of its operations. In fact, the Petwood Hotel has homed many of its officers. 61 Squadron also made Coningsby its home with the Avro Lancaster. Both 61 and 619 Squadron took to the skies in many raids, losing many aircraft and men in raids over Berlin and the disastrous Nuremberg raid. So yeah, in 1944 Mosquito Squadrons began operating out of Coningsby as well. On the 19th of September 1944, 5 group were given a bombing mission to use Mosquitoes for the mission over Bremen, and it was Gibson that took part in the raid but did not use the Mosquito at Coningsby. He actually went to Woodhall Spa. There are lots of questions as to what happened exactly, even down to why he flew KB 267 of 657 Squadron. Now the raid went ahead and completed, but not very well according to sources. Gibson's Mosquito was now heading back over the Netherlands, and sadly his aircraft was seen crashing at Steenbergen at around 22:30 after the raid. Now Gibson flew 171 operational missions, shot down 4 enemy aircraft during his time as a night fighter with 29 Fighter Squadron. He was only 26 when he lost his life on that day. 97 Squadron and 83 Squadron also operated the Avro Lincoln, along with further Mosquitoes, squadrons making Coningsby their home in 1946. 109 Squadron and also 139 Squadron as well. Also, Coningsby did actually take part in the D-Day on D-Day. 97 Squadron with their 18 Avro Lancasters, 4 never returned. So from Avro Lincolns, which was the upgraded version of the Avro Lancaster, was here as well. And eventually Boeing Washingtons, which we mentioned, are B-29s. They served with 15 Squadron, who also went on to fly the very first jet aircraft at Coningsby. In 1953, it was the very first jet aircraft arrived here. It was the English Electric Canberra, flying with 9, 12, 15 and 249 Squadrons. Oi, oi. Now the 60s saw the influx of the Vulcan Force, and with 9 operational squadrons during the course of the Vulcan Force. 1962 saw the arrival of the Avro Vulcan B2s, and Coningsby was to become a QRA station with the Vulcan. But it was only for 2 years, because it was short-lived and they left for Cottesmore in 64. Now the Canberra eventually was soon to be replaced. Didn't have as long serving as RAF Marham, but it was soon to be replaced, and Coningsby was selected to become the home of the TSR2. Sadly, this didn't go ahead for lots of reasons we won't mention, but the F-111 Aardvark was put into order. Around 50 were ordered, 2 were almost complete. It was the F-111K, and well, that got cancelled, and eventually it was the Spey-engined Phantom that would replace the Canberra, which had been operating at Coningsby for 15 years. 1968 Phantoms FGR2 aircraft started to operate from 1969 with number 6 Squadron. Squadrons 228 were the operational conversion unit, 41 Fighter, 29 Fighter, 23 Fighter and 56. Most of those going to what was then RAF Wattisham to become a quick reaction alert station. RAF Leeming and Lucas were also serving as a quick reaction force. BBMF arrived in 76, Jaguars and Harriers arrived with 41 Squadron, and then finally the Tornadoes started to arrive in 1984. Now, although 17 Squadron received the first ever Typhoon in 2003 to become the first ever squadron to receive and operate the Typhoon, it wasn't until the 19th of May 2005 that the squadron officially reformed at RAF Coningsby. 29 Reserve was selected as the squadron to become the operational conversion unit. 3 Fighter and 11 Fighter arrived, followed by 41 Squadron, who reformed as a Test and Evaluation Squadron. Their HQs at Waddington, and last but not least, 12 Squadron arrived as the joint Qatari, Emirai and Royal Air Force Squadron in 2020. Okay, we've got Typhoons taxiing out now for departure. We've got a couple more departures. So the Chipmunk, an essential part of the BBMF fighter pilot training for the Spitfire and Hurricane. We'll go on to the Hurricane first before going on to the Spitfire. So what they'll do, they'll get their training on the Chipmunk, and of course the T6 Harvard that we see here, the yellow one. On completion, it will be the Hurricane and then the Spitfire. Lancaster pilots come from a sort of like an A400 background, so heavies. So don't forget tonight at 6 p.m, that's 1800 local, we've got our premiere for you to vote your favourite RIAT display. We may change things a little bit for next year. We may have a second category, or even split it into 3 for helicopters as well as heavies. So we may do that. But then you could go into the aerobatics teams, you could do that. So we'll come up with something. We may have a special one for the helicopters though anyway. We'll have a little think about it. Of course, things evolve as they go on. Duration is about 2 hours and 10 minutes, I think it is, for the premiere for tonight. So we can all watch it with live chat, enjoy it. There are highlights of the displays. Yeah, that's correct. They are part of the Royal Air Force inventory, along with the Dakota, the 2 Hurricanes, Spitfires, and the Lancaster. They're actually MOD, actually, what's the RAF inventory? That's probably the right word, isn't it? Yep. So the Lancaster bomber is still going. Amazing. There are 2 airworthy in the world. One in the Heritage Museum of Canada. Museum, I believe, that fly that. Sure is, isn't it? Is it that? Have I got that right? FM 213. Oh, Katie Bev, I hope you're alright. I hope you're good. Again in front of the circuit. Power back on, there we go. You know, touch and goes do help pilots get lots of takeoff and landing training in one sortie. Look. How you doing? Good afternoon. You all right? Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. done. Oh, well, it was a good start this morning, wasn't it, with the performance takeoff. Followed by the Chipmunk on the second sortie today. Grab a quick drink actually over the border. Ooh. Look at this. Beautiful. It's certainly going doing more circuits than the Formula One at the moment, that, isn't it? But why not when there's Coningsby's just having a break from their Typhoon activities. It gives the BBMF a chance to focus in on their training. Hope you've been enjoying the air show so far this year in our air show season. We've had quite a few air shows already, still quite a few to get through to this year. Typhoon's just starting up as well. We usually finish around about 1500 anyway, so this will be about right. Usually catch the afternoon departures and then see ourselves off. Nice. Nicely done. A very important part of the training. Have the engine stall and start back up again. So cutting off the engine quickly and starting it back up. In the event of an engine failure training. The Eurojet EJ200 engines are spooling. Starting up, here we go. Going for it today, it's good. The weather's fine. The conditions are great. Keep training while you can. Absolutely. Canopies are closed now on these two Typhoons that I have my eye on. Going out very shortly, might as well stay and catch them before we finish up for the day. Shots away. alright, you're alright. Right, looks like the ground crew have come out for the Chipmunk, so I'm going to assume that could be the last circuit, and it's been awesome watching the Chipmunk do its circuits. Thanks all of you who have tuned in today. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. We'll just catch these departures. Chris Lane, how you doing? How's it going, Slinky? Alex Blackcat, Margot, Simon Water on Trident UK, Aspen. How's it all going? Hope you're well. LEJ Approach, Oi Oi, Dr. Soda, John K. We're all good. Val Lissy, Oi Oi to you. No, maybe not. The ground crew have gone. Oh, no, it's alright. I lost the Chipmunk again, but it's just here. One more? I reckon one more. Yeah, one more. Go on. Love it. I thought I'd seen the ground crew come out of the BBMF, but it could have just been coincidental that they just come out. Nicely done, and thanks to all of you who have tuned in today. Just a few guards marches. Aaron, thank you very much. Oi oi, Lady Sheds Teddy Bears, thank you very much. Last March, 15 months, thank you. Rosie Watcher and oi oi as well. And Deister as well, thank you very much. Thanks for your 1 month. LEJ Approach, sent a Ted Coningsby membership, Guards March. And a high five there. Aaron, congratulations on your 12-month membership. Month 1 only feels like it was yesterday. Nice one. Sterny 70, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron Guards March. Martin D with a first month membership. Really enjoying the channel. Good work. Thank you very much. Davey H, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. And thank you very much to Helen Bird. You spent 12 months ago last Friday while watching Arrivals. Love that. That was cool, that one. I don't think this is going to land today. It's just happy doing circuits. What we're looking at now is fumes. The propeller hasn't changed momentum, so I guess this is it. It's when it changes momentum with a velocity change there that gives you the idea that it's just powered back on. So love that optical illusion of propellers. Fumes are just taxiing out now for departure. We'll just do our usual, catch the departures and then depart ourselves. There's another one, there's 2 taxiing out for departure. So there are lots of new signs being put up currently, so do take note of them. Some really good advice on there as well. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Typhoons taxiing out for departure. Might as well stay. Catch the departures like we normally do. We normally stay around this time, catch the departures, and finish off for the day. Is that a fifth? Hang on, let me just see. Another one? Yep, another one. That's 5 taxiing out for departure. '29 squadron markings there. So we've got 2 Typhoons just coming in now. Oh yeah. Oh, now it's time for the Typhoon to have some circuits as well. A low approach. Typhoon's got 13 hard points. 5 on the left, 5 on the right wing, 1 central, and the other 2 on either side of the wing for additional fuel tanks. So that will be the drop tanks. That'll be 3 for the drop tanks. So just in case it didn't make sense, that's basically 6 on one wing, 6 on the other, with 1 in the middle for the drop tank, and then of the 6 on each wing, 1 is for the drop tanks. So you can bag it up with 3 drop tanks for more range. Squadron markings. Leads the field. It's their motto. So they're pilots of the Qatari Emiri Air Force. They do go to 29 Squadron after RAF Leeming, and then they go to 12. That was really good. Thank you to the pilot who told me that on Saturday at RIAT. It was a question that I did ask myself on the stream, just to check. There is another Foon taxiing out, so that's 6 in total. No, it's not. I lied, it's been towed. Well, it's departing. Oh yeah. Oh, it's funny that. But there are 5 ready for departure. Storm Shadow, Brimstone, Faithway varieties. Send it. Just see our last Typhoon land. Really painful, isn't it? Say that, and there's more Typhoons spooling. We have to wait for approach. Typhoons doing circuits now. Buddy, how you doing? All right? Yeah, okay? Good. Where are you going?
Here.
Oh, you're here? Oh, okay.
It's the American Pirates Day, isn't it, Friday?
Oh, okay.
So the American job is here. I should go parking in Mr. Ainsley's yard.
Oh, right.
Traffic light. But you can't get up here. Unless you like to go and just drive his field, you ain't doing that.
You're right. Here we go, another circuit. I don't think they're letting us go home today. So 2 more departures coming up. Kingsby. You know how it goes, but thank you. Oh. That was awesome. Nice little air brake wave there. Okay, so our last departures of the day. More to leave the floor. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Right, what do you reckon? PTOs for the last lot? Oi, oi! Well, the anticipation here Well, there we go. Thank you very much, everyone who's tuned in to the Ted Coningsby channel. Well, there we go. Okay, so we're back at Ted HQ. We haven't been here for a while. I hope you're all good. I hope you enjoyed our first day back to regular ops, and I hope you enjoyed it today. So as we do, a big thank you to RAF Coningsby. Thank you very much. So don't forget, in about 2 hours 45 minutes our premiere is on. Please don't miss out. Do get involved and do vote for your favourite display at RIAT. Get involved. There's some fundraising to do as well. Every little helps, £1 or £2, it doesn't matter. Just, it's in discretion. It's free to vote anyway, but if you want to donate and help out to the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund, then please do. Ladies, gents, steady bears, what an absolute pleasure. So we'll see you in about just under 3 hours. So take care, everyone. So my name's Nikos. I've been a cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So for the last, just for the last couple of hours, don't know how to say that, just for now, it is see you soon, wish you well, see ya!
Still going well.